That sounds fun. Sure. What? Just a little bit. I put the receipt on your desk, didn't I? It might still be up there then. If not. No. You mean you downgraded your fan? Your CPU cooler, you mean? What am I talking about? Your GPU waking up. Okay. I no. I'll do it today. No. This is Bill. Hey, Bill, it's Chris from the computer shop. Okay, I didn't set that part up. All I did is got like created shortcuts. I didn't have it auto save anything. So at some point, someone hit it. Um, it would we'd have to go in there and actually remove the saved credentials. We're gonna have to. I'll have to come back out there and remove the saved credentials, so it doesn't automatically sign you in. What? Give me a second here. Are you going to be available on Wednesday? Yep. All right. I know that feeling. All right. Well, if I get out there in the morning around 10, we should be good. All righty. Yep. Bye. Don't answer this, okay? Mother, don't answer this. Should be rolling over to someplace else now. I guess I'm just going to use that line 2 for calling out, and we're not going to have rollover anymore. We'll just go to voicemail. Huh? No. No. There's nothing you need to do. No, I'm just not having to go to line 2 because someone left a note on the door that they tried calling and no one picked up. So I was like, all right, fine. Nothing. They just didn't want to wait for the call to keep going through. Let's review some playing cards real quick, and then we'll do this stuff. No. All right. Excuse me. Good to see you too, Em. So, Angeline, let you know now, I will be closed on Saturday. Instead of going up to Southern Winding on Friday, I'm going to go up there on Saturday with Mark, and we're going to redo all that cabling. So, yeah, if you could, and just let people know throughout the week that I will be closed that day instead of during the week. Yeah. Well, I need a human being to go with me because I'm not going to stand on an 8-foot ladder for 5 to 6 hours by myself. You could help stop me from falling on you. And then I'd break every bone in your body. Yeah, Mark's going to go with me. So. No, I'll be here, Emily. You're going home on Friday? Okay, let's do something a little different. We are going to review something that I ordered a little while ago, which is playing cards. These are the Groundskeeper playing cards from Wormwood Gaming. I have one of their tables, and they're very much like it. And these are something they started doing. They originally started with Cardamundi, and now they have a different supplier because of all the issues that happened with Cardamundi. And I just want to see how this is. I have a set of the Cardamuni cards from the other company that they worked with, and I very much like them, so I want to compare these to them. And just like first impressions, the art on them is extremely clear and extremely easy to see. There's a lot of detail in the individual sections of this box, because this is actually a box sleeve and there's another box inside of this. One of the things that you get with something like this, you can't really see on this too well, is that this is not actually square here. You can kind of see it over here just a little bit. It's like something was pushed right here and it dented this. So there's a little dent right there, which you can actually see. I can fit my finger in there, whereas this side I can't. But that, again, that's just the card box cover. It's not actually the cards themselves, so hopefully the cards themselves aren't dented. There's a nice little art on the bottom. We actually have the groundskeeper plus the seal on the top. We'll open that up in a second. Other things this came with a nice little Wormwood sticker. It's their shield. And then this is something they decided to include with every order, which is a card guard. So when you're playing poker and you get up and you step away, you put this on top of your cards, and then you know whether or not someone came and moved your cards. And all it is it's actually a metal coin that has it's a face, but it looks like a skull. It's not a skull. It is the closest thing that I would say this would looks like to me is like a treant. So like one of the guys from Lord of the Rings. And on the other side, we have some hands intertwined and with a mirrored image that goes like that. It's nice. It's got some hefty feel to it. It's not bad. It is about 2 inches. A little over 2 inches. So it's 55 mil. And like I said, it's kind of weighty. It's 55 mil by 5 mil. Kind of nice. All right. All right, so let's look at these guys. Let's see. Oh, I'll have to hold them up a little bit so that the camera actually focuses on these correctly, because when I put them down here, they don't. They do have a trouble with, my camera has trouble with reflective things. So let's go ahead and do this peel here. Nice little solid peel down out of here. And then what I was talking about, you can really see what I was talking about. It looks like something was sitting there. Like I said, it's just the actual box sleeve though, so not a huge deal. And on the inside, they have their own custom pattern. They actually line this up quite nicely, so when you look through the window, you see the Wormwood logo. And you can really see the embossing that they did on the inside here. Like in person, it's a little bit harder to see through the camera, but it's nice. Yep, and that's just the card box. All right, so when we look at the box here, we have the maidens, we have the tree, we have the groundskeeper, expertly crafted, finest quality. You can see that quite nicely there, with a nice little bit of filigree with the lettering up there. And then on the side, we have a goat wearing Bobby's glasses. Bobby's one of the guys from the company. He's wearing his little rose tinted. We have a hot air balloon up there. Little angel baby, devil baby. A fountain, some doves. And then on this side we have the frog, which the frog is a major part of the campaign for these cards and for the poker sets that they did. And we have ourselves a little angel. All right, so now let's pop the seal. Take a look at these cards. Ooh, that's a solid seal right there. There you go. Playing cards by Wormwood. Nice. We have our nice gold edging. box here. Feel them. Very similar to the Cardamundi cards. Inside of the box, I got the green ones. There was a green, a blue, and a red, I believe. If there's something different, I'll toss it up on the screen. But the inside of the box is reflective foil green with the same pattern that is inside this box. Actually, no, it's a different pattern. That's nice. So it's a unique pattern. We have the wormwood shield once again right there up the top. Yeah, it's quite nice. So let's see. Immediately off the bat, I can tell you they feel different than the Cardamundi cards. They don't feel as silky as the other ones did. So they feel, they're not bad. No, these type of cards don't get sleeved. Yeah, they feel different. I'm not gonna say they feel bad. They just feel very different. We'll shuffle them here in a second to get an actual feel. So we have the Groundkeepers playing cards, 2023, expertly crafted. You can see it's actually, see if I can get close enough so you guys can see some of the actual, you can see some of the fine detailing on there. And that's some of the texture that you're feeling. It's actually quite nice. It's grippy. It's not too slick, excuse me. Then we have a spot card. Nice little pattern. It's the same pattern as the inside of the box. There is one shade of green here, different shade of green here, with our little shield in the center. And then we have our keeper cards. Nice vibrant printing on these guys. We have our color and our black. Printing quality on this is incredible. Like the detail that's actually in these is quite nice. Again, the thing that's the actual feel of the card is messing with me slightly. I was expecting it to be a little bit softer than what it is. Again, playing card quality itself isn't bad. Just getting used to that quality. Let's take a look through these guys here. We have our treant face again, or whatever they're calling this. I'll have to look it up, Emily. I don't know off the top of my head how much these were. It's been quite a while since we ordered them. So we have that. We have each of the spades. Half of it is black. The other half is a gold filigree. Gold foil. Quite nice. Then we get to our face cards. Sure. Quite nice, a lot of detail. I half expected the king to be Bobby or Doug from Wormwood. But it's not bad. Again, good quality. The only thing I'm going to keep harping on is like it feels a little bit more plasticky than I expected. But like I said, still not bad. Customer, leave it on the sleeve. Same deal with the diamonds, half red, half gold. Not bad. Look at our clubs here. Very classic look to these, very poker. I say poker, very casino feel to them. Suicide King. Well, not bad. All right, let's feel how they shuffle. That edge though is quite nice. Quite reflective. Yeah, they feel good. They slide quite nicely. Nice shuffle to them. Nice riffle feel. Oh, did that one a little off. They want to retain the shape that they're in, which is kind of nice. But man, that edge being so reflective is, as you're shuffling, it really, really like catches the eye quite nicely. Definitely feel like an executive card set. Worth the wait? Yeah. Nice little quality set of cards. Comparing them to the other card set that I got from, let me see here. What was the other card set? Trying to remember this guy. The other gentleman was... So the other colors were red, green, and blue. So that was the other colors. Interested to see the corrupted stuff, how that works out. Do. Trying to find the other.
No, that was Naz, but he passed away. But I'll give you Chris, the owner, okay? Nebuchadnezzar Nazareth.
Waiting, I got a phone call.
Well, let me give you to Chris. He's the technician also, so he'll be able to help you. You got a little echo here, so hold on.
This is Chris. I can help you. Okay. Oh, what's going on with the computer? I'm having a real hard time hearing you. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. Sure. It's a Dell, right? Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look when you get here because it sounds like your hard drive might be dying. Alrighty. Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. Have a good one. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So the other cards I have are from a company called the Gentleman Wake. They're what I'm comparing these against. The if the Gentleman Wake cards are like a 9 out of 10 for me, these are probably 7 out of 10. Like I don't like, and the biggest thing for me that I'm losing on this is the feel. I'm not a fan of the way these feel. The reason that the Gentleman Weight cards are not a 10 out of 10 for me is when you put them down like this, if you look at them from an angle, they are impossible to see. They, like any sort of light and the reflection is like actually a killer. So we'll play some with these. We'll see how they turn out, how they hold up. And I'll report back in a few months with how they're actually holding up. But one of the positives of this over the Gentleman Weight cards is like these are, no matter kind of what angle you're coming at these things at, even when you have like a full reflection, I have 2 studio fill lights that are up here. Like you can still quite clearly see what the card is, even at a severe angle, which is nice. And like I said, the Gentleman Weight cards, when you get them at any sort of off angle, they become almost impossible to actually see. So yeah, so that's this for now. And like I said, we'll play some games with them, and we will see. Oof. We'll see how they hold up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to break them in a little bit here because they are. Yeah. Nice. All right, cool. Back to my normal stuff. Doesn't like being on this table with the rubber. This is a rubber mat. Cards, they don't want to slide on this so much. Like they'll slide when you don't put any pressure on it, but as soon as you put any sort of pressure on it, it's like no, I think we'll stay. Yeah, see, try and grab that, doesn't want to move. Yeah. Well, that's awkward. I feel nice in the hand for dealing. I do that. Not gonna lie. It's a habit. Thank you, Emily. I'll get it in a second. Welcome back. Grab some water here. Close that, close that. Close that. Close that. All right, let's dive back into this. This is from last week. We actually replaced a component on this that failed. And then we removed it again, and it's still not powering up. So we're going to dive into it just a little bit more today, and if we're not able to figure this out, we're going to order a new motherboard. The component is sitting on my desk somewhere. Yep, there it is. I found it. So take a look at this momentarily. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, it probably is, and the problem is we're not going to be able to figure out what the flag pin is on this component that I have, seeing as I don't have this. Yeah, it needs the same part, clearly, and I don't have that. Oh, wake up. All right, let's try some things real quick. Just thinking what I might be able to do here is if that flag pin just is looking for the voltage coming from the other side of that component that failed, and that's all it's looking for, then we could, in theory, just temporarily bridge those 2 points and see if the computer actually turns on. Could be something that we look into. But not necessarily knowing what that flag pin specifically does can make it slightly more complicated. So this is where this component was located. And it's where it bit the dust. So what we know is on so when we're looking at this, this should be 5 volts. This is the flag pin. This is ground. And then these are 2 other voltages that work their way through this chip. What I need to do is I have this schematic floating around here somewhere. should be in here. Should be this guy. And this was, it was U2402. Yeah, so just to confirm this is voltage in, that's voltage out, that's ground, this is the powering gauge, that's the flag. So what we can do, in theory, I wish I knew what this flag went to. Because there's multiple of these on this board. Because that's 2.5 amps for USB 3. That's all that is. And that's USB power. So that should not prevent the computer from actually turning on. Because both sides of this, so this side from here to here is 5 volts regardless. This to this, though, doesn't tell me what that's supposed to be. All it says is USB power and motherboard to USB audio. That's a problem. The other side of this, so this specific right here goes to a data line. Goes to SM data PWM5. That's not good. Because if that voltage made its way back down that data line, there's nothing coming out of this ever again. Let's see if I can find this. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right.
I went there before work this morning. It's like, I'm going after lunch.
Actually, it's pretty good now, just in case you were wondering. It just took me a couple of minutes. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, I walked in and looked in there and was like, oh, I better get to work. And I did it last night, and the line was
I
kind of
hear ya.
long.
I hear ya, yeah. Anyway, have a good one now.
You too, Jane.
Okay. That was my mother's neighbor. So, and she has a coffee spill. I literally just got done editing a video last night about a coffee spill. And I get another one in, maybe to redeem myself. We'll see here. All right, here's where we're at. We have, this is the chip, this is the location of the chip that died. This is an exact copy of this chip. Because that should be the 59 or 5319. Nope, where is it? There's another 5319 somewhere on this board. I need to find it. Because there's two exact copies of that chip. And what I can do is I can see what the voltage is supposed to be after that chip. Yeah, apparently. Let's see if I can locate it visually. Is it this guy? Nope. Is it that one? Nope. Is it this guy? Nope. And according to the schematic, there should be another one on here. Is it on this? It is on this. So I wonder, so let's do this. We're going to remove that from there. We're going to move it over to there. And then we are replacing just this daughter board. And that's it. The gain on my mic hasn't changed at all. So if it's low, it's probably on your end. Because right now I am almost maxing this out. So I think this happens every once in a while where everyone, like, people come in and Twitch does something and I seem low to folks and I don't know why. All right, so let's get this out of here. We're going to move this over. So I keep doing this. I was doing this last night. So on this board, that chip right there, that 5-legged chip right here, we're going to remove this from this and we're going to put it onto the motherboard in that location and see if that suddenly makes this thing wanna start powering up. And if not, then we know we have damage on the data rails and then we can just go about actively replacing this motherboard. That thing. It is the exact same chip, yes. Because like I was talking to you about this earlier, there's two of them listed in the schematic, and I could not find it on the board. It ended up being on this because all it is USB power. So we will see what it does momentarily. Hey, thank you, Tech. And you probably shouldn't stack those two things, seeing as you can only see one of them. Let's get the motherboard out. Keyboard out. That out of the way. Starting to cool down in here at least.
It was a cool 90 degrees when I got into my office this morning. That's right, I need to remove that. Okay. So one of the things I am going to do before I dive into removing that chip and adding the chip, I want to add a little bit more solder to these feet, because I don't believe there's enough on there currently. We're just going to add a little bit. And one of the things Master pointed out to me last night is that Axon, which is the company that makes my soldering iron, now has a firmware update available for my iron, so we'll have to look at that. Come on. There we go. That's literally all I wanted to do right there. No, I have not. I haven't been on Discord today. Take a look in a little bit. Alright, so that'll be ready to go. We'll do that in a second. Get that out the way. Let's grab that guy, right? That's the one that I said. 5319, 5319. Just gonna get real melty real quick. It's such a thin board that it just absorbs heat super quickly. Right, and then just gonna come in here. I had to figure out why my arm is bouncing around so much today. We are going to go a little flux on here. Just set that down. I guess I need to clean these tweezers. Let me clean these off. Okay. I guess we're going to have one of those days where my hands don't work right. Hey, Tech, if you got a second, can you try and figure out why the CloudBot is not functioning correctly here? Like maybe turn off all the timers and everything and add them again. That hasn't run at all this morning. If you got a second. If not, it's fine.
Okay, now let me get you to these ones. Okay, hold on.
Okay, give me a second.
This gal's got a student that just graduated with a computer degree.
Hello. I'll be right up there. This is Chris. All right, let's heat it up. One side down. Come on, just need that other side to heat up. There it goes. There we go. It's on. Oh, I think we're good. See what happens when we plug this in. Oh, you guys didn't see that at all. I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong button when I got back.
Chris, can I ask a question?
Sure.
What was Citrus web development?
Excuse me?
What was 2-hour Citrus web development?
Those updates. Just website updates. Like, there's stuff that I obviously haven't added yet to that. Like, I'm serious. Like, when would I have had time to add anything to that billing at all? So I'll add it here in a little bit once I get done with this computer. So things we need. One, to get this out of the way. Freaking magnet. We need to get this cable plugged in. Okay. Display. Only thing we don't have is the CPU fan. Let's see if we're getting the same thing. Is we're going to grab our thermal camera. That turned on. And we're going to see if this instantly heats up again as soon as we plug this in. So like I was saying, the other end of that USB flag is a data line, so we could have a problem there. It's already hot, but all right, the component is not heating up because before it got to well over 100 degrees Celsius. Nope, does the exact same thing. So that means we have a problem on the motherboard. Like somewhere else other than what I just did. Yeah. Exact same thing. So that means there's a problem somewhere else, and it's probably going to be under this. Because that USB line goes to an IC, which then that IC goes directly to the CPU. Let's get that off of there. this side of the board here is still kind of warm. All right, so we got something else over here that is heating up. What are you? See, we can't find this. I figure out the best way to actually do this. So what's getting hot is this. Yeah. So let's see what this is. So this guy's getting hot. Let's see if we have some sort of low impedance situation over here, or just like a direct short to ground. No. Don't have a short there. Well, we're good over there. So why would that be heating up? And it's very, very brief. Is there anything else that heats up? So nothing is getting warmer than my hand. With that, I will say this, that IC, or whatever this IC is getting angry. No, it does the same thing. That's why we are back to where we are. That's why we're continuing to explore more. That's correct. The replaced chip doesn't heat up anymore, which means that we have a failure someplace else. Trying to... CPU is getting hot. Yeah, the center of the CPU die is getting quite toasty, but that could mean it's trying to turn on, but then it doesn't. Unfortunately, more than likely, we've lost the CPU. Hello. How are you? All right. Yeah, more than likely this is the chip, unfortunately. Because what we're getting, I'll just replace this motherboard. CPU gets hot. Something over here gets hot, but it's like minimal, like super, super minimal. The chip that we replaced is fine. I have this feeling that when this little USB guy failed, it went down the data line. This guy's getting pretty warm over here. It just went down the data line and that was it. That's all she wrote. There's actually two things here getting warm. Oh, that one's a reflection. Okay. So, order a replacement motherboard for her, make sure it's something she wants to do, verify we can find it, and then go from there. You said you had found one, Rain Man? It was the L96511-601. So, I'll be right back. We got an HDMI port to replace. Yeah, that looks right. All right, let me give her a call. See what she wants to do. When this person calls me back, what they want to do. In the interim, let's get thing back together, I guess. After we fix that daughter board. How you doing this morning, Matt? Where is my friend? Here is my friend. My friend Flux. Alright. Feeling okay today. Alright, careful. My tweezers got stuck there for a second. I tried moving them and they wouldn't move. Alright. Just want to not cooperate with me this morning? Is that what it is? Okay, and now that's back on there. We clean it up. and we'll get this all together. Actually, let me call her other number. She gave me 2 phone numbers. All right. Replacing. Just not talking. Just I'm just reading something. Waiting for this to cool down. Hey, look at that. I can touch it again. Bradenton PC Repair, this is Chris. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I wouldn't be able to get out there today. The earliest I think I can get out there is going to be Thursday. Give me a second. Let me take a look at my calendar here. Yep. All right. What was your name? Number. Ready. All right. So see you out there then. If something changes in your end. Oh. All right. Yep. We'll do. Bye. Okay. I physically got to go move a computer across a guy's house and set it up in a new office for him. All right. Get this all put back together. Yeah, only I do. Gotta make the money. Get all these screws put back in here. We got this motherboard ordered. Toss this up on a shelf, and then gonna go from there. Yep, motherboard has been ordered. Forgot this has to go here. One of these is wrong. this thing? Just to go here. Goes there. It goes there. Figure out that. Yeah, that's that one. All right. Do that. Do this. Okay. Next we have a rush, and we have a few more computers to work on over there. That's what it seems like, doesn't it? How big of a TV can this hold? right. Laptop sold. That was the one where we had to clone, then clone again, and then do a repair. All right, PS5. HDMI port replacement. Up to 32 inches. Yep, she's doing good, Emily. She just got done walking. All right. Let's get out everything we're going to need here. We're going to need tweezers. We're going to need good tweezers. Here is our PS5. Let's grab placement port. Should be this. Let's charge up this charge up my electric screwdriver. It's something you definitely should be using with this if you're doing this. Electric screwdrivers make taking these things apart so much easier. Alright, now we need this guy. I'm going to need our micro-soldering iron because of the capacitor behind the HDMI port itself, because we don't want to lose it. Find my ultra fine tip. I need to clean this up a little bit. It's a little bit dirty. Okay, that's ready to go. This is almost ready to go. And which way do we gotta go here? I always forget. It should be, is it this one? It's this one. Off. Off. Front panels off. Once we get their front panels off, start getting access to these screws. Yeah, gloves are going on now. Right. Let's grab our good tweezers and start removing screws. So this is an early model, so there's some screws we're going to end up having to remove from the bottom. But for now, let's do the top. This guy lifts off of here like so. And the one that we're going to want to use for a majority of this should be this guy. Am I a size too large? I think I'm a size too large. So, this guy. There's that, and then also, I do believe my actual electric kit also has the exact right size as well. Yeah, so we'll use that. It's a little bit deeper. Move that out the way, move that out the way. Hat off. Now, the big thing with the PlayStation 5s is remembering where all of the screws actually go. That is the biggest, most complex thing about this. And then, obviously, the liquid metal. I have one more tube of liquid metal here. So, hopefully, I have enough for this. To order some more today. Alright, so we're going to remove a lot of these little rubberized pieces first. This is the security screw right here, which as you can see as we peel it, the PlayStation logo appears. Leave that on there. And at least this time we're not trying to follow up someone that had never done this before and just decided to start taking it apart and globbing copious amounts of solder on it to actually get the repair done. So, gently go along here. Apparently this lives in a semi-truck. And what happened was the gentleman was driving, had to brake suddenly, and this is the result. So bottom left goes there. So what you're going to see me do up here is organize these screws in the order that they came out in, so that way everything goes back to the same hole that they were in, and we don't end up in a situation where I'm going to put a screw in there and it's pushing through the bottom of the case for some reason. Which reminds me, we can take this off. That goes over that. Get this out of here. That. And when you're looking at the top of this guy, all of the screws that need to come out to get this apart, a little arrow pointing at them. And then there's some obvious ones as well that actually don't have an arrow coming at them, but you need to pay attention to it regardless. So like these bottom ones, and then this silver guy right here, and that is right there. We need to take this off. And underneath this, there is another screw. Which doesn't need to necessarily come out, but guess what? I take it out every time. Because don't want to end up pulling on something that we shouldn't be pulling on. Now, what you should see is top should come off quite cleanly. Now, we need to remember there is a bunch of ribbon cables on this all over the place. And these ribbon cables need to be disconnected before we move anything. So we're going to remove the ribbon cable from this side so it goes that way. And we have our Wi-Fi cables. Wi-Fi. 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 Ribbon cable here. There's no press. It's just a pressure. This one here, we fold down to get it out. So you pull away. There we go. And we're going to undo that. When this is going to just pull off the top like that. And that is our DVD-ROM drive removed. So as we're going through this, you know, tape. We're going to just tear these guys, get over to here, pull through, pull through, pull through, up and out the way. Remember this little ribbon cable right there. Make sure it doesn't get pulled. There is another ribbon cable right here that is very easy to forget because you can't see it. And now, this is the actual, like, tedious part of actually doing this repair. Set that over there. And take this black one out. Set that over there. We have to loosen all of these on this metal plate, and then we'll use the electric screwdriver to get them all the way out. Loosen. This actually looks like a later revision, because there are decidedly less screws on this. Because the other one is a plate that actually comes all the way down here as well. What I should do is I should print a mock-up of this that shows where all of these screws actually go. Which reminds me, I have to print some of those RGB clips that I used to stock. There is one over there. Alright. see how she'd do. One, two, three, four, five, and move that up slightly. One, two, three. Trying to do my best to organize these things again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Now this plate should come off. Set that there. Now, same thing with this cable. See this one, which way is this? Push down and out. Or is this one the lift one? Look that up real quick, 'cause it's been the last two that I've had that's been broken. That one. Not the slim. Yeah, so this has to be the updated revision of this. Uh-huh. Yes. Okay. And then it should be all of them. So this is what I was talking about. There are screws on the bottom of this guy that need to come out. That hold the top plate in. That's a bottom screw. That is a bottom screw. I believe that is all of them. Okay. Nope. Forgot this guy over here. Just that sits over there. Stop grabbing that, Chris. Set this there momentarily. Get these cables above this power supply. Set that power supply back down in there. And over there. Now, I'm gonna slowly pry this back. Yeah, we're gonna see for sure how much better days we're talking about here. I do believe this is the latest revision of this, so this guy isn't that old. Now we have our liquid metal plate. Come on, thank you. Okay, now our got a couple screws that we need to get out of here. And then we can start braving the process of the liquid metal. So this motherboard is from after they realized that they needed to do a better job with this, which they actually did. That's actually quite a nice coat on there. So we can just redistribute this quite easily, hopefully. All right, we'll leave this. So that's a problem. That's liquid metal all the way down there. We will apply some more because there is. Let's see if I can find some place to set this thing. there is a bunch on this thing. They definitely include a lot more than they used to. Make sure we don't see any anywhere else across the board. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I told this there might be a chance there was some damage on the back of this. I wasn't expecting to see that. Like I've done these repairs a few times. It's the first time I've seen that, where the back of the HDMI is literally punched out. Oof. This is going to need trace repair more than likely. How in the world? So one thing we have a problem with, this is missing. I guess let me look inside of that plate, see if it's inside that plate somewhere. I am shocked this thing did not take pads with it. We have some damage on this. Right over here. Right there. But that's going to need to be cleaned up, and hopefully we don't have any trace repair. Does that even look? Is there a part of a capacitor over here? There's a chance there wasn't one there. I think I ordered some of these. Let's see what I got here. I think I ordered a bunch of these guys after that last one. I'm pretty sure I didn't order just a one. Yep, I did. Did I? What are these? I need to figure out what this actually is. All right. So, I do have some of these guys ready to go. I guess it's a good thing I started keeping these things in collection. Wow. Yeah, this guy, if there's no pads off of this board, this guy's going to be insanely lucky. And then let's verify that the that one, turn that off. These should be the same. Yeah. Yep. All right, this should be it. All right, let's do what we normally do, which is elevate the board, flux it up, and then get this guy off of here. It's actually going to be a lot easier in theory. Well, I'm not used to having to deal with the fact that the liquid metal is still liquid metal. Usually the liquid metal is not present anymore. It looks like they changed the barrier just slightly. I am removing this HDMI port on this PlayStation 5. As per usual, let's get this guy off of there. Grab this. That. I don't know why this thing does this every time. I focus it and then it's like, nah. I'm gonna unfocus myself. It's not mine. And here we go. 'Tis a customer's. Let's get this solder low melt on here. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Beautiful. All right, next one. Come on. Alrighty, that's done. Let's get this guy out of here. Now, we flux again. With this, I can be a little bit less worried about ripping the feet off of it, or the actual feet off of the back of this, seeing as the customer already did that job for me. So let's get this nice and hotted up. This stuff reconstituted into there. And then get this out of here. And then we clean up the pads. Go from there. This is going to take a little bit of heat to get this done. Yeah, I personally don't like that way. It is definitely a correct way to do it, what you just suggested. But it's just not the way that I enjoy doing it. Alright, starting to liquefy. Our goal is to try and get all of them to be liquid. All at the same time. Because what we want is we want the board retaining this heat so that these become pliable. And once they become pliable, they will start to loosen and start to mix with the solder from the factory that is a much higher temperature solder than what we put on there. And that is what allows the transference of heat down through the leg. Right now we don't have that. So we have our top solder melted, which is nice. Just going to put a little bit of mechanical force on this to try and get a little bit of temperature movement through everything. This is never a quick process. So you just got to be just a little bit patient with it all the way around. So what we're doing is we're gonna heat soak this board. Because what we want is when we apply mechanical pressure to this, we want it to start moving the solder that's underneath it. It's not fast. Unfortunately. Alright, so you can see that is ready to come out. We just have to keep that side liquid while we go back and forth here. And we're just going to keep gently moving up and down as we go back and forth. Alright, so that side is entirely out now. Let's just focus on this. Basically, we're just going to get this hot enough where it's just going to want to fall out on its own. Getting there. Getting there. Starting to see some mechanical leverage happening. There we go. Alright, now that's out of there. Yeah, they are bent out a little bit. Yes, finally. Now, grab some hemostats. Grab some solder wick. And we are going to get these holes cleaned out. Everyone has their own little way of doing this. This is the way I enjoy doing this. Is we're going to pump a little bit more heat back into this board, and we're going to clean each of these holes out using solder wick. Yeah, the whole thing with the Sony boards is they're notorious for holding and retaining a lot of temperature. And we'll clean this up once we have all of this, all of the solder removed from the holes, because the last thing we want to do is cool the board off to a point where it's going to be almost impossible for us to get this solder out of here without dumping another huge amount of heat into it. So, you know, this is all we want to do. We just want to get in here. And just wiggle around a little bit. We'll do this from the top and the bottom. It's going to draw the solder into itself here. And fill up our solder wick. Let's see, it's doing a pretty good job. We got to clip this one a little bit. Right back to it. It definitely helps when you don't use the too much all at once. Too much of this solder wick, that is. Yeah. We'll get the rest of that from the other side of the board. Flip this up again. Add some more flux to this side. And then we'll flip over the board and we will keep going. Oh, that's a good amount out of the bottom. Grab another piece here. And for those wondering, I am using flux infused solder wick. That's why when I'm using it, it turns brown. And now we'll hit up the other side, so we'll flip this guy over. Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip each of these posts over so we can lift this board up just a little bit more on this side. Now that we're basically done with the other side, other than cleaning. Right. What I should do. Probably make more sense than what I'm doing right now. Grab this. Here we go. Put extensions on my legs. Light up this. And finally, do that. Perfect. So now we're going to do the same thing that we just did. We're just going to do it on this side. This side's going to be slightly more aggravating just because of the liquid metal that I have to contend with, but overall it shouldn't matter. Ooh, which before I forget, we add flux. And then we're going to have to gently go over and actually pull off all of the solder that's left from where those pads were and inspect all of these pads. Oh, my clippers today. I'm not clipping well. Yeah, this isn't going to work at all. Might be time to sharpen my clippers, I guess. What's going on here? That's new. I might need to go locate another pair of clippers. Let's see here. These ones have seen better days, unfortunately. This stuff is just falling apart on me. Alright, let's make an adjustment here. This is just going to go up. This is getting in my way. Switching solder wicks here. Going to a different one. I'm not sure why my normal one is breaking up so much. That's what's supposed to normally happen. Yeah, you tell him, Mom. Okay, let's get this chopped down a little bit. All right. More flux. Get the last of this stuff off of here. This one's being a pain in the butt. Hmm. A little bit more here. I need to get these through holes cleared. They're just, like I said, they're just not cooperating on this side. So let's get that nice and liquid again. Yeah, it's better. Oops, just bent it. It's definitely not going in there now. That one's almost there. There we go. Ah. Alright, let's see how close we are on this. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some work on this hole back over here. Just a little bit on this one, because it's not... It should just drop in there nice and smoothly. And is not wanting to. What is going on here? My solder wick is just not cooperating with me today. Or maybe it's me, who knows? Might have to flip this over again and hit it from the other side. And that one looks good now. Yeah. Here we go. Much better. Alright, now. This stuff. We are going to gently grab some water. We're going to gently clean those pads and reflow solder across all of them. Because we don't want to go to put our new HDMI port in. Sit flush because something is sticking up too high, or there's debris or detritus left behind. So, new port there. Again, nice thick layer. We're going to use a little bit softer of a solder wick on this, so we're not scraping something super hard across the board that can lift pads. And basically, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to get these warm. And then I'll probably come in here with an iron. Because right now my concern, more than anything, is that there's some of these that are no longer connected because of the damage. Okay, got them a little warm. Let's grab our iron. And now we're going to switch hands on this for sure. Also trying to avoid grabbing that little capacitor that's right there. And then we clean, and then we're going to re-apply solder to all of these points. Let's do this. That's going to be easier. There we go. That's what we are looking for. I just gently pull. Okay. Solder wick aside. Come in here. Alright, everything on this looks good. Let's apply some... I'm going to add solder to this now. And then... port in... That should be good. We'll clean this up again. See where... Sure why my arm on this thing wants to swing so much today. Alright, let's put that in there. Sure everything is lined up where it should be. Yep. There's a hair on this board. All right. And that's unfortunate. You can see that this whole thing is just going to be slightly off. It's going to be close. I also don't like the fact that it's rocking. What are we rocking on? Now it's time for the tilt. Appointment. Change my... All right. Let's do some ultrafine soldering. Gotta be delicate. This and just concentrate. That one might need a little bit more solder. That one definitely is going to. Because it's lifting up as soon as we get pressure on it. I gotta rotate this slightly so I can get in here like this. Okay. Let's see how many of these we actually got down versus, and how many we're going to need to come back and redo. Solid. No. No. So again, so that one's a no. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. 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 And yes. So I guess let's start with that one, number 2. I'm gonna untangle my cord here. Number 2. So this guy not making contact at all. No. Yep. That one is good. That one is good. So this one. Nope, still no. Still no on both of those. Let's clean our tip here. I'm just going to add hopefully just a little dots to the top here. And that'll be enough to get me in there. So that one, we're good now. That one, we're good now. So, solid, 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 solid. That one a no. That one's solid, 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 solid. All right. Let's clean that. We need to put this little capacitor on. And then we can look at rebuilding. So let's pull out my strip, which I put somewhere. And now I have to find. It's sitting on my desk somewhere. Here we go. Now, one thing that I do need to mention is that there's always a chance with these guys that they aren't needed. It's like by the factory, and that is because some of these circuit paths, when they were made, were good and some were not good. And they put this in there. Come on, stay on the board. They put this in there as a way to clean up some of the noise coming off of these ports. Try and do this without melting the plastic. Come on. This component is so tiny that it just it wants to do what it wants to do, unfortunately. This is by far the smallest thing that I work on. Of course. This is where we're going to gently add another dollop of flux. And nope, see, that's what we're trying to avoid it doing. We need it laying down that way. Alright, so let's pull this up off of here. Come on. Alright, I need to clean my tweezers. Sticking to my tweezers now. I need to put some more flux there. I might have to go in there with some more solder as well, if this doesn't stick. Yeah, it's got it. Unfortunately, it is now covered in flux as well. Just one of the more annoying things about this specific component. Please stay down there, and then clean up my tweezers again. And then we do that. And we do this. Come on. Almost there. There we go. Almost there. Come on. Come on. Lay down. Just lay down. Why are you not laying down? You okay? Yeah, it's not making contact at all. Before I go and reflow this whole thing again one more time, let's do the smart thing. Because I'm a smart guy sometimes. Let us put this here. On there. Yeah, it's not making contact. But now I might be able to just come in like so. A little bit of an angle. And just push it down. All right. Let's clean that, do one more check, and then start reassembling this guy. So I want to make sure it's not me having to push down on it that's making the connection. And then we need to check all of these again now that I just reflowed them with heat. So I should be able to gently put this here and put this yeah, we're good. All right. So, last thing, we now check all of our individual things again. Good, solid, 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 solid, a solid, a solid, a solid. That was solid, right? Yep. And a solid. All right. Q-tip. Now we need to just get all that. There we go. Just as good as factory, other than, you know, that edge right there. I do actually enjoy this quite a bit. All right, now we're going to flippity flip. Come over to here. And time to lock these guys in place. Alrighty. One, two, three. I'm gonna just be a little bit careful on this one. 4. Let's clean our tip. And right now, when you look at this, all this solder is doing is sitting on top of the surface. It's not actually down in there where it needs to be. That's where, ow, that hurt. Stab myself a little. Come in here. Same deal as the other side. Get this cleaned up. And then we're going to be able to see what's actually going on here. That broken up. Q-tip. And we are going to hit this with hot air until those little balls are no longer balls. Shouldn't take too much. These we are going to make sure we're doing only one side at a time. There it goes. That's down into the hole. That's down into the hole. Now we're going to wait. So you saw those move. That means solder started running up the leg of this thing, which it did. We might add a little bit more. And now we need to do the other side. So same thing right here. We just want to see the dome that's on this thing go away. And there goes one. And here goes two. There we go. I think we're going to need to add a little bit more, but that's on there. Let's add some from the top here using our baby soldering iron. Yeah, we need to add a bunch more because that's not super solid at this point, but we started to get it to flow into there, which is good. So let's grab this guy. That right there is why cleaning out those holes are so important, because you end up with this situation where you have high and low temp solder trying to mix with one another and it just doesn't work. So let's look at this side now. All right, you can see we actually have solder. We got solder down on this side now, which is good. Now let's do the other side. Now we just wait. And it's okay if these touch. And you can see down here, if you actually look at this, you can actually see the solder roiling. All right, let's see if we made any progress on this side. Yeah, looks like we did. All right, cool. Doesn't look like two holes anymore. Perfect. Now, let's one last time before we toss this guy back together. We're going to clean it, but also going to make sure me applying that heat to the bottom didn't undo these connections. And then get this thing up and out of here. Solid, 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 solid. Let's go. All right, let's clean up, and then we will start putting this thing back together. And we should have only one more annoying thing to do with this, and that will be the liquid metal. All right. Last gentle wiping on this side. Flip it over. Same deal. Everything moved. There we go. That. And this is where we hope that the initial damage wasn't enough to actually kill this thing. And that it didn't short anything. We'll see in a minute, though. Right, let's see. We have this down here. We have ourselves a blob of liquid metal. I'm going to try and suck this up. Go. Redistribute it. Because that's in a bad place. And then let's that could be a problem. Honestly, I don't care if this is like permanently distributed across this surface, as long as it's not like in ball form where it can just end up wherever it wants. So I think we're good here. It's about as good as that's going to get. So let's flip this guy over. Just going to go this way. And then it should be that. Let's start attaching screws. Hello.
the smallest printer I've ever seen.
It's not a printer, just a scanner.
Oh,
That's why it's so small. A little high-speed scanner.
what we need in life.
Sometimes.
Sorry,
All right. Yep. Have a good one. No, I don't want to move the stuff that's there. It's creating a little barrier. If it hits the edges of that, it'll form into a blob, which is fine. At least that way it's not going past that. So, and I just need to check the rest of this for liquid. Yeah, there's nothing over there, so we're fine. All right, those are on there. Now, this guy, we can put this back on here. Right there. Okay. Compression fitting, which is still infinitely better than the Microsoft one. Sure we are good. Which we are. Alrighty. Now this guy goes like this. Let's do it. All these guys go back in. Okay, Emily. Sometimes, Emily. Okay, now we gotta line these up. Make sure this cable comes over the top. Make sure that cable comes over the top. Make sure these cables come over the top. That's over the top, and we are good. I need to check one thing. I always mess up one screw over here. So that one. This one. Sounds good. This one goes here. That one's fine. Alright, yep, that's all of them. Alright, now let's go around. Done with that. Tighten these guys down all the way. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Right, yep, that's not that one. Good. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 28, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33. Alright, that's all of them. Now let's get this guy tightened down. We need to get this cable slotted back in. There we go. Nice and neat. This cable slotted back in. And then this guy over there, over there, white, ooh, blue. I don't know, Emily, what are you eating? Why don't you tell me? Black. White. And that's all in there. Pasta and rice. Sounds good, Emily. Tops on there. And we're going to drop that in there. That. Well, we can't do this yet. I just want to turn it on and test it before. Oh, that's right. I have to undo these. Forgot about this. On the original one, this wasn't just a removable panel. You had to remove everything to do this. Sony finally figured out that they were slowing some of their employees down if they forgot, so they did this as a quick, like, oh, well, if we just do this, that'll work, right? go. There we go. Should we pull it back? That's in place. That's in place. And then lastly, we're going to drop this in place. Alright. Power cord, HDMI, see if we are working. Wrong cord. This one. Nope. I have not, Emily. Power cord, HDMI. I have to remember I need to attach, there's 2 screws that need to go into the bottom still that I have not done. And here we go. Nope, I don't. There's a chance this will not work through my switch. Oh, there it goes. Still nada. What's going on, Master? All right, let me just plug an HDMI cord directly into this screen. So we're removing this Elgato thing as a possible reason it's not working. Which unfortunately is always a problem. Potentially. Yeah, so that's what it is. Once again, can't go through that with that. Alright, it feels alright. He's just going to have to be a little bit delicate with it. It's not doing 4K. It's just the Switch doesn't like... For some reason, the PlayStation doesn't like going through the Switch and capture card. I'm not sure why. Alright, let's make sure this is still working. Yeah, seems like it is. I might look into a different brand of HDMI ports for this versus what I've been using, because I've noticed that with these HDMI ports, if you put a little bit of deflection in them, even though they're quite solid, they have a tendency to disconnect the video. I've noticed that with these. It's not like I'm using some special name brand thing or something either. So that might just be on me to look into a different brand at some point. Alright, let's do that. Hold this. These two guys in here. Mm-hmm. In the PS5, yep. I am just using, they're not knockoffs, but they're not official Sony ones per se as well. These are the same length, are they not? Because Sony doesn't, as far as I'm aware, Sony doesn't make like a replacement that I could just go get. What the heck? one's feeding in. Why is this one not? Okay. Got everything underneath here plugged in. That's in there. Two. 3. 4. No. I'm a genius. Where did you go? All right, now we go around. That one. That one. There we go. There we go. And done. Cool. Let's do just a quick little clean up my desk. Wipe this thing down, give him a call. He'll be super happy. Told him 24 hours. I'm all about that. Under promise, over deliver. You never tell them how long it'll really take, do you? You'll ruin your reputation as a miracle worker. Okay, where's my cord? I'm missing a USB cord that's supposed to be over there. There it is. Charging. Let me charge this. Is that a point where it needs to be charged? Let's find out. Charging. Oh, that's always fun. This flashlight has a USB drive in it. What in the world? Yeah, I don't think you're getting plugged into my motherboard to charge. That's super sketchy. Razor blade. This put away. Wipe this thing down. This guy out of here. Just doing a gentle clean here. Seeing as I think this thing lives in a semi. There's only so much that can be done. Alright. And that's it. HDMI replacement finito. Hi, it's Troy. Hey, it's Chris over at the computer shop. You're good to go. Yep. Well, the way it dropped, like you got extremely lucky and you sped up my process. So it's gonna be $10 more because I had to put a microcapacitor in, like that got knocked off and disappeared into the ether. But yeah, when it fell on there, it actually completely disconnected the HDMI port pins from the motherboard. Thankfully, you didn't rip any pads, and yeah, it sped up my process a little bit. I didn't have to sit there and delicately remove every single one. So yeah, 5:30. Say that again. I get here between 9 and 9:30. Alrighty, that's fine. Absolutely. You have a good one. Bye. Thank you for that $20 tip, anonymous person. Really, really appreciate that. Definitely helps the doors stay open at this place. Let's get this put over there. Super, super thank you. Probably have to add in some sort of messaging system for that so that, you know, you guys can tip and leave a message. Thank you guys a lot. Thank you guys who don't tip for hanging out with me and helping me not go literally insane. It really helps me a lot. All right. Let's do that. I need to make a phone call. I need to use the restroom. I should make 2 phone calls, restroom, and then I will be back. So you guys are going to get some music just for a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Install a daughter board on this piece and hopefully it'll start turning on again. Getting advertisements via text message from other computer repair companies to call them up and be like, hey, why are you texting me? I will. All right, let's get this thing apart and get this installed and get this back to this dude. This is the exact same failure that the one that we just got done ordering the motherboard had the same components fail. And I was back here looking for my stuff. I ordered these and I don't know what they are. I know I used like one of them. It'd be interesting if I just had the things that I need. I just didn't know it. Whatever these were, they've all fallen out now. These are the Y2Ns. So I have to remember I have these. I ordered apparently 25 of them for $1. This thing does not want to go back in here at all. Oh well, it's gone forever. I don't care. Alright, let's keep going with this. And text this guy, get this out of here. Now, this is the real, actual test of this. We're going to plug this in. And we're going to see real quick if this thing just decides to go up and smoke again, because that means there's something on this side that's causing the issue. Should be interesting to see. All right, light. That. You open. And there we go. It's not immediately frying itself. So it was 100% the daughter board. We knew that it was the daughter board. We knew the daughter board had damage. We just didn't know that. We didn't know whether or not the damage on the daughter board was caused by the daughter board or if it was caused by the motherboard, and quite apparently caused by the daughter board, like just that component failing on it. What's going on, Rusty Raz? So now we know. Let me see if I can find another screw for this real quick, seeing as I misplaced this one when I was working on it originally. And then we get this one out of here and we'll move on to the next one. Maybe one of these guys. All right, I'll be right back, okay? Perfect. That is why we hold on to screws. All right, that's fully charged. I shall text this hombre, and you shall have a working computer again. Easy enough. But on the positive side, we were able to identify what the problem was. We would have been able to fix it if we actually had the actual component that had been damaged and fallen apart. We could have 100% done this. Fortunately, we did not have it. And it was just straight up cheaper for me to order this daughter board. This daughter board was $10 rather than order a 100 pack of the failed IC, which would have cost me like 30. So in the long run, this just gets the computer back to the customer. I'll hold on to this daughter board just in case we need something else off of it in the future. And yeah, we'll get this out of here, get this back to the customer. And we just have to get that down there. And I guess this is technically part two of this video, so I'll have to find the first day I worked on this and get them put together so you guys can see the resolution. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the whole thing is like, one, the guy doesn't speak English, so it's a little bit difficult for me. Let me see if I can get... the ChatGPT auto-translate thing going. Pretty sure this just connects off to a web browser. All right, power. Power. the shelf. All right, let's see if he gets that. And now we are charging. Let's get it shut down. And then we'll let him know to keep an eye out for things that he plugs in there. Should just be front desk. Because I had to do something real quick, guys. Yep. In fact, Emily, it's already fixed. Number 18. All right. So PC repair, laptop part. The daughter board. What's next? Alright, so this is a backup and a reinstall Windows. So I just put that power cord away. Need it again. Sure, Emily. I've played horror games. All right. So this is. I'm gonna need to look at. My texts, because this has a BitLocker recovery key. We have the key. Just going to see if we can get Windows up and running on this again. A blue screen. CX000135. Well, let's see here. Let's see if it's just an application first and foremost. That's an option. Go into just safe mode. Yeah, this isn't looking good. Even with safe mode, it's crashing. Yeah. Alright, so let's load into Hirons. See if we can get something from there. Alright, let's grab this dude's files. They're clearly here. Oh yeah. All I see is dump file, dump file, dump file, dump file, dump file, dump file. Yeah. So let's just manually grab his files. Then we will reinstall Windows for him. I'm going to grab app data for him, which you normally don't. What the heck is going on here? Hydrate. Okay, skip. Documents, downloads, favorites, links, music. Which means desktop documents, pictures. Unbelievable. So why aren't these moving? Well, that's awkward. The file cannot be accessed by the system. I wonder if this drive is going bad. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna uninstall and reinstall an application, and I need to figure out what this error message actually means. 0x800 707 0780. Hmm. Looks like all these files got corrupted. I can't back anything up off of this thing. It could be a power issue. It could be a processor issue. It could be a straight up data issue. Like, because the way those are built, they're built as one solid unit. Everything is one component other than the screen. It's without looking at it, it's really hard to tell. $35. Yes, I'm on US 41, just south of Gettle, Toyota. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Bye. It's so you have your main motherboard. A daughter board is a board that's connected with a cable.
Oh, on the side there.
Mm-hmm. Sure, you can ask me business-related questions.
Do I need to save this on keep sending them apart?
Huh?
Do I need to save it when I take stuff apart?
Yeah, I would prefer if you did. 5%. Yeah, I get very, very little in the way of cash. Yeah, if it was like people just overwhelmingly pay with cards. Yeah. Problem is when my diagnostic fee gets to a certain point, people. Damn it! What the heck? People generally stop using my service. That's why it is where it is. Yeah. Yep, sometimes I do, Emily, because sometimes I'm a nice guy. Especially if it's a scam. The heck is going on here? What's going on? No, they're prone to the exact same issues. What's going on here? We actually need to check this thing. Where is my Hiren's Boot CD? There we go. We need to check this dude's SSD. I'm wondering if his SSD is failing, because why else would the files become corrupted? That's like super random. Yeah, Emily, I always try and take care of you whenever I see you in chat. So let's run a hard drive diagnostic on this. Tech is correct, but generally they have the same issues. This should be a relatively short test. Window effects controls, yep. Show. Aw. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm just a butthole too. Yeah, that's good. I'm all right with that. So that's running through. Let's grab this. Start working on this. What's up? Sometimes.
I misunderstood you. I didn't get my earlier state ID card renewed in September. I thought I'll do it when I did my father my birthday too. And the guy wouldn't let me in and gotta get a new card first. Like, okay, so when will someone do this and I can get a card? Right.
It looks like it's going to test fine.
Okay, well, I'll call before it comes if I'm gonna work. So, thank you. I just misunderstood reading that thing about, so we got a whole new system in the park now? Right.
Control the ads. Let's see if this guy was ever able to get into his OneDrive account, because I can't back anything up off of this. This stuff is corrupted. This is Richard. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. Were you ever able to try and get into your OneDrive account? Okay. I cannot recover any files off of this computer. They're all corrupt. Yes. So even if I move them over, they don't open. They just generate an error message in Windows. Yeah. I don't have a solid answer, unfortunately. I'm looking through like the history. The last thing that happened was a Windows update. That doesn't seem to have caused it. The BitLocker doesn't seem to have caused it. I checked the hard drive. The hard drive itself is fine. So I'm not sure why suddenly all of this stuff got corrupted, but it looks like there was something going on with your user account where it kept trying to log you into a different account every time you turn the computer on. No, it doesn't sound like a hack. It just sounds like something went wrong with Windows. Yep, it's going to be like it's brand new. Yep. And then we'll try and log you back into your Office account, which is the same place where your BitLocker key is, and then we hope that there's files and things in there. Correct. Yeah. As soon as I'm done with this, I'll give you a call. Alrighty. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, he already had a Microsoft account because he had the BitLocker key inside of it. And he gave me his BitLocker key, so that's fun. Oh, great. We're going to need to do RST. Wonder if that's what failed and got corrupted on this thing. So we'll move this out of the way a little bit here. This isn't going to be like the primary thing I'm working on here. We'll start working on this, which customer says he needs a new motherboard. Figure out why he thinks he needs a new motherboard. No, no, no. It doesn't matter at this point. Seeing as we're going to be reinstalling this anywhere. Wow, I'm going to have to actually go get this. Apparently, all of the copies of the rapid storage driver that I have on my drive, none of them are correct. Cool. It's always fun. Heck is this? This is a 15-DY5073DX. This one. What deleted message? I don't see any deleted messages. Or the mod thing, and I'm not seeing any deleted messages. Can anyone else see deleted messages? I don't. No. The files themselves are actively corrupted. Where is the Intel Rapid Storage Technology driver? What the F? So what is this then? So this thing doesn't have RST, doesn't have a RAID driver, but the drive doesn't show up. What the F? No, it should still show up for a reinstall. The drive should physically show up there. Because at this point, I'm just trying to straight up reinstall. And if I have to go back into Hirons and delete it, that's fine. This is Chris. How can I help you? Mm-hmm. Okay. 125. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Wait for this thing. Files aren't opening because the files are corrupted. That's it. The files themselves are corrupted. Why put what on an SSD? No, I don't think that's what it is. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna delete it because I can see it in here without needing anything else. Disk part, select disk 0. It's selected disk. Clean. So the fact that I can see it in here without needing to load any drivers tells me something else is going on. I tested it already and it tested fine. I have no idea. I haven't opened it up. I can look here in a second. But we're going to just restart now that I've cleaned the drive. Trying to see here. Yep. As soon as I cleaned it, it's now installing. Yep. The clean helped, which is all that matters. Yep. Yeah, if that had happened for sure. All right. Hopefully. Yeah, this should be able to connect up to the Wi-Fi, no problem. Thank you, Emily. I'll do that in a minute. Alright, connected up to Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, Emily. Start doing updates. Let the updates begin. Yeah, Emily, I said I'd be here tomorrow. I replied to what you asked. Okay. Let's get started on updates on this. Check for Windows updates. Now, this customer brought this computer in. They were having an issue. They took it to Best Buy, and Best Buy told them, hey, you need a new motherboard. Let's confirm. So this is an sure here. This is actually it's a Dell Alienware, and I tried to look this up. Like their website was returning like no results for me for some reason. So I'm not sure specifically which one this actually is. Let's see here. That's strange. I'll have to look it up by the part number. Anyways, we'll get to that in a minute. It looks thick. It's got a 240 watt charger. One thing that I'm seeing right off the jump that is concerning is this screen looks like it has, I mean, you can kind of see it from an angle. It looks like it has water marks running across it. Nothing from that. Let's plug this in. We do have a charge light there. We get no response out of anything on here. No lights, no indicators. Great. Let's take the bottom off. Geek Squad. It's an i7 Alienware of some sort. Nah, when I put it in there, like when I entered it onto their website, it gave me like a weird error. I'm sure I probably just typed it wrong or something. On the bottom of this guy, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screws. Some of them are captive. Some of them are not. Captive. Let's get a look at the motherboard here. Let's see what we see. See if we instantly see something. That's not captive. Is this one? That one is captive for sure. Not captive. Alright, so after we do that, we grab an edge, see if we can't get this to pop open without doing too much here. I feel like this should be a slide. I can definitely see that Geek Squad has had this apart. There's a bunch of pry and tool marks across this whole thing. I don't think that should be how that is. Are there? Just take a little bit more care into doing this. There we go. And off of there. Alright, so we're going to run through some basic troubleshooting things here first. This might just be a simple battery state issue. Try that. Could be a simple power button issue. Could be a liquid damage issue. Could be a MOSFET. Could be a charge circuit issue. Does nothing. There's that. Move that over there. All right, let's start breaking this thing down here. See what we can see. Let's remove this rear valence here. I have no idea what the RAM is. Oh, never mind, I do. It's 15 gigs of DDR5, or 16 gigs, 32 gigs of DDR5, 4,000 mega transfers. Let's unplug that. How do you come off? There's screws up top. That's interesting. How would you come off? Yeah, so that's an interesting design. So to get this off, after you remove those screws from the bottom, you have to put a little bit of pressure on that right there, and it slowly starts to slide back. And then you just need to go along here, make sure we're releasing these things. This is interesting, to say the least. I don't see, I mean, is there a possibility there's a screw underneath this? I don't see where there would be one. Not seeing any necessarily hidden screws underneath there. Other than that, we just have 2 screws on the back that we need to take off. So there and here. And then, like I said, we just gotta pop these clips along here. And then it all comes off. And then there was that, it's actually that, this cable is just an RGB connector for this strip that goes around the outside there. So, not seeing anything super suspicious off the jump. How is this? This is going to be interesting. To get this off, we have to remove a lot of material here. So this goes to this, to the power cord here, which, I mean, I guess let's take a look here. See what kind of voltages we are getting. There. Sure we're actually getting what we're supposed to off of this. 3 volts. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 20 volts. 20 volts. 20 volts. All right, yeah, we're good. I don't have to check anymore. Beyond that, that is perfectly fine. This is interesting way to run cables on this thing. Don't use metal tools on a laptop or a desktop for that matter until you've removed all power sources. We have the battery unplugged. We have the power cord unplugged. Just go ahead and get that little cable out of the way. DC jack. Let's remove that so it doesn't get broken during this investigatory process. But it seems to be fine. Alright, what I was saying is I think to actually get underneath here, I'm going to need to undo a bunch of screws. This looks like a grounded copper It is a grounded copper sheet. The heck did that go? I have to take this apart regardless to find that screw. It's a grounded copper sheet for cooling. Another screw on the other side. Not, it's not, excuse me, it's for insulation and for cooling. I lost the screw in here somewhere. Pretty sure it just fell down in there. So we have to make sure we put that back on. This is thick. I don't know, Emily. That's what I'm working on right now. Figuring out if I can fix it. Wow. So This is going to be interesting. All right, let's get this out. This is files. This is SSD. Over there. Disconnect daughter board. Disconnect. So trackpad. Assuming the keyboard is on the other side, unless this has like a micro keyboard connector. SSD slot 2. Speaker. That should come out together. So, fan. Yeah, this is gonna be a little wild. All right, let's Wi-Fi. Assuming that's our power button. Yep, that's our power button. Wi-Fi. Let's start figuring out how to get this thing out. We're gonna have to take these CPU fans out. I believe this is a 40 series, Emily. All right, so fan. There's just a lot in here. I think this whole motherboard has to come out together. Fan, motherboard. Starting to get a little bit of wiggle on this. Motherboard. Fan. Motherboard. So my only question was if this was actually holding this in. It looks like it might be. So this is just like an M2 isolator and reinforcer. M2. And not what I meant. I meant Type C. Okay. Nothing holding us in. Okay. Look at those heat pipes. Oh boy. Okay, do see something here. But that could be almost nothing, except for it looks like water. So where would this have been? If this was sitting down like this, that literally be right there, but maybe not. There's that screw I was looking for. Which goes with this sticky thing. Coming back in with the microscope. Now the keyboard connector is one of these two. One of these guys. It is a the keyboard goes into a daughter board, which is next to the trackpad, and then comes back to the motherboard. Let's take a look here. So what I saw, first and foremost, when I flipped this guy over, let's move these things out of the way a little bit, was right over here. It was right here. Doesn't look like there's anything there now, but there was some white powder there. I'm not sure what it was. But what we can do now is take our power cord. Let's flip this over. So DCN is all the way over here. Got everything off of here. Nothing is standing out as damaged right off of the bat. So he's got some massive cooling going on. There you go, M17 R5. Good job. We're going to plug this in and see if something is hot. Three, two, one. Nothing on this side. Getting hot. Let's check this side. Okay, we have something over here getting a little warm. It's very minor. It is under this guy. So which object was it? It is that right there. So we are looking at 5A2EW is getting warm. Let's see if we generally know how these guys are supposed to work, because we've been working on a lot of these lately. for some odd reason. Generally, let's see if we have... Generally with these, you'll have voltage in coming straight out. This should be a ground. And then you have flag. So you have your power on signal going to here that says, hey, power is good to flow through this section. And we don't apparently have any sort of short across this. That guy is getting quite toasty. Let's see here. Well, when I say toasty, it's warm, but it's not like, oh, well, that's worrying. So right now it's sitting at about 30. Let's see what kind of voltages we're actually getting off of this. Should be usually 5 volts. Getting nothing. 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 But it's still getting hot. Why would it still be getting hot if I'm literally reading no voltages on it? Very strange. Oh, there we go. 12 volts. 20 volts. 1.2 volts. 3 volts. That's a hell of a step down through that thing. Holy heck. 20 volt? That can't be right. You're talking, that is not a bridge. It looks like a bridge, but it is definitely not a bridge. Though, you know, now that I say that, it definitely could be, but that's not something that I did. I think you might be onto something there. Where'd you go? You're over here. Alright, it's just a little bit of flux. Have a good night, Em. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Let's try something. Let's assume that that is correct. That is supposed to be 20 volts. What about... Sorry, I'm going to move that out of the way. Let's flip this over so we can access this button. I want to see if we can't figure out which of these... Of course, it's not going to be easy, is it? Never is. Which of these are connected together, excuse me. and see if our power button actually the problem here. Because that would be hilarious if it's just the power button. Power button's working. So, not that. I guess let's take this giant thing off of here. Because the only, like I said, the only thing that's getting a little toasty is this guy. And not even like suspiciously like so, but I mean it moves a lot of heat. Or there's a lot of power moving through it. For sure. So means it's stepping down from 20 to 5. Or 3, excuse me. Alright, so let's pull off these extension boards. They're custom made for this thing. You know, I'm gonna try and do a little hunch here. Why did I see? I wonder. I wonder if taking this board off will make this thing actually post. Because like I said, I saw a little bit of what could be referred to as corrosion. But no way to know for sure. But not over there. Be interesting to see. Man, this thing is heavy. Interesting. I didn't realize this whole daughter board thing for the power button was also just connected via one of these PCI slots. Do that. Let me plug this fan in. Not going to see anything on the screen because I have the screens disconnected. Let's see. Get anything? No. Okay, it was just a thought. Seeing as I saw that corrosion or whatever it was on there. Alright, keep exploring. Let's take this one off. This is about 2 years old. IR camera cable, okay. Alright, well, I guess let's do this. I'm gonna take this whole heat pipe system off of here. I'm trying to do this in the right order. One, two, three, four, five, six. And all of them? Sure looks like it. That is a chunky cooler there. Alright, then we got another one of these guys that has to come off. Which again is a super, super solid. It's really on there. And there's more integrated circuitry underneath it. This is our GPU. Whatever this happens to be. Come on. Sure we don't have any smoke damage over here. Doesn't look like it. Not over there. Same deal. Let's plug this in. See if anything over here is getting warm. Oh, it just keeps coming back to this. Just this guy. Well, that's not a reflection, is it? Okay, let's check out this power rail over here. Just low impedance, possibly. Sorry. So this side we have 0 ohms substantially. This side we have 4. So this side, let's get a nice solid contact there. 0 ohms. This side, 4 ohms. 25 mega ohms, 20 mega ohms, discharging. So both of these guys are getting warm. Both that and that. So I guess let's... So, like, the thing is, I wouldn't call that a short. Because a short, I would have... This is 4.5 ohms. This side, I have 0 ohms. So I would say that that is just low impedance. That doesn't seem right. No, I've looked into it. It's just not my deal. So this, I do believe, is coming directly from the CPU. So it would have low impedance on one side. Yeah, Sony Vegas Pro used to be the alternative. So we keep coming back to this. Problem is nothing seems wrong here. What about something to check? We have MOSFETs here. What about these MOSFETs? Are these MOSFETs reading correctly? Oh, one of these. So that's 300 kilo ohms. Should read the same. 300 kilo ohms. We have 0.7 mega ohms. 0.7 mega ohms. 8 mega ohms. 8 mega ohms. 5 mega ohms. 6 mega ohms, which is strange, but 11 mega ohms. 18 mega ohms. Oh, it's going to a different place. Never mind. Nothing on this side. Nothing on this side at all getting even remotely warm. Only thing that's getting Warm it all. Is this guy. Let's see if we can figure out what that is. 52 AEW. I'm going to assume that's part of the battery charging circuit, seeing as it's right there. Where? Five A2EW. Five A2E schematic. Could be a rectifier. Correct. All right, let's see if we can find the schematic for this thing. This is, what do we say, is an HDQ53 LA-L 761P. So people have posted the BIOS for it. But not for the schematics. Poop. Let me check Telegram here. Now we're back to this. I checked everything else. Just this 5A2EW. Just want to figure out what it is. Checked a bunch of other stuff. Didn't come across anything. Yep, 52A. Do believe it is a rectifier. Or it's a 5A2, excuse me. The customer's computer. I'm not trying anything except for to fix it. 'Cause we're getting 0 life out of this thing. Trying to remember what PU components on Dell motherboards are. Specific. I don't remember what it is. I have to print that. I can be like, oh yes. Because that would make life easy now, wouldn't it? I am slowly stabbing myself. So I vaguely remember seeing that before, the 5A2EW. Pretty sure it's a common component. You're probably right. It's probably just a power regulator or power step down. Oof. So it is the 5A2EW. Then we can find one. This is a similar board to what we're looking at. This came out of another Alienware computer that actually died. Some time ago, though. That's my only thing. What do we got here? 54B1W. The heck is that? I mean, this couldn't have been my problem, right? So here's another one. It's honestly, these are probably the same components. On there, 5.4. Yeah, these all do the exact same thing. So we can figure out what one of them is, then the rest of them will probably be pretty straightforward. What do we got here? Nope. $5 footlong. Nope. Yes, I will be. Some video editing to do and whatnot. L2A6. This is probably going to be a pretty futile thing because it's probably going to be a batch number. All right, see you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging out today when you could. To get out of here soon. We got right here. Nope. Actually, let's see if we can find something on here that says PU. So that's U. There's another U. Nope. That is too small. 53i7. It's different. This one, same thing. Nope. Something different. Five 4B2. We need a little bit different configuration than that. This guy. Yeah. Problem's going to be, this is a pretty high voltage step down that's happening right there. So even if I find something like on a motherboard that looks similar, unless it's a relatively powerful motherboard to begin with, this thing is not... It's very unlikely to be powerful enough to step down the amount of power going through that thing. Because we're powering not only a CPU, but a CPU and a GPU. You're thinking it's not supposed to be a step down? Good chance. L2A2. You think it's just supposed to be straight through power? Whenever we look at these, there's always more than one of these on a board. Let me see if I can find another one. That's a chunky boy. Let's see, is there one right here? That is something different. That looks like it's the only one on that board. So I can't even measure what it's supposed to be. Man, that sucks. It'd be nice if we could find a schematic for the board or something. But yeah, because I mean, we literally have 20 volts here. On the other side, we have 3. That seems rather drastic to me. Thank you for subscribing. What do you mean for the 2 board? I see. There's a chance. How much money is it? Can't read anything on that. No, it's not cool. But if you need it, you need it, right? But I mean, at this point, it's not like I'm going to be able to replace it because I clearly don't have one. 5A2EW. Maybe it's on. It could be on one of the desktop boards, seeing as the desktop boards do a lot more power step down. I was really hopeful on this one. I mean, it's the same size. It's in the generally the same location. Yeah, so without being able to identify a schematic, we're not going to be able to even attempt a repair on this. Just because we have one component heating up doesn't mean we'll randomly just rip it off of the board. Because it would definitely be nice to be able to just look at this and go, alright, so we have, where's my, we have step down voltage happening, but should it be that much? So on this side I get 25 mega ohms, and on this side I get 12 kilo ohms. That just seems like a huge variance to me. $26. 26 mega ohms. 64 kilo ohms. Jeez, that's just very low. So what do we have here? Here we have we moved all the way up over to here. I'm pretty sure this is just the power circuit for the CPU. Or actually, this would be the no. This has got to be CPU. That's GPU. So what is this then? 9.5 ohms. $9.5 ohms. Alright, time to go. But, I don't know. Not getting any voltage there. Not getting any voltage there. No voltage there. Maybe I actually ask somebody. Yeah, 19 volts. 3. 1. 12. It's just such a huge drop. I want to get home. I got some small editing projects to do. And then some other things to do. Let's get this off. Maybe I'll try and do a little bit of research into go log up the front. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah. So what I was saying is, if I can figure out what this component is. You keep saying that, but we don't actually have proof of that. Because that's the thing. Like, it could 100% be your SOT 25 and just like a variation of it. And we put it on there and we actually do have a problem. So if this is, yeah, it's just hard to ID. So if this is following like the normal naming convention, that means integrated circuit. If that's what this is. That's a diode, that's a diode, that's a diode. Then that U generally means integrated circuit. Where are you getting Q from? This over here? Like this, I'm pretty sure is this. This is actually probably nothing, seeing as it's probably something that would be sitting here. Yeah. Oh well. All right. We'll pick this up tomorrow. I'll be home in a little bit, guys. See ya.